I clicked the wrong stream page. Hello, hello. Isn't it fitting to play Ace Attorney on Christmas? I think it is so fitting. Merry Cragsmas. Hope you guys had a good Cragmas. I hope Too Cute, left you a wonderful gift underneath your chairs. Hello Marcus, hello Prez, hello Too Cute, hello Roy. Yeah, almost Christmas doesn't mean it was Christmas. Exactly, famous lines. You did, with lots of loves, but none left me cookies. Even though you were crazy craving cookies. Holy moly. 3 stream streak. Hell yeah. Here's a Boyd saying that. Why? Why? Why didn't you say it? Why? I was being stubble. Hello, Trike. Hello, hello. Yeah. Okay, where we last left off, Miles was tied up to a pole. He was saved. And now somebody was murdered at the theme park. A police theme park. Police sponsored theme park. I don't know how I feel about that. But yeah. Hope you guys had a good Cragsmas. Hopefully you got wonderful gifts. Alright, we were talking to Wendy, that's right. Wendy Oldbag. Yeah. Is Mia Fey? She's kind of no, she's kind of you know what I mean, right? Nudge nudge. Kind of taking a long nap in this one. First stream I'm watching with PC set up a new room. Hell yeah. Yeah, Roy set up his new PC. Or not new PC. Your PC in your new room. Sorry, other way around. Oh, it's okay. You'll let your friend know. Yeah, tell your friend that Maya Fey is not in this game. Mia Fey. Phoenix, Maya, and Mia are not in this game. I think there's like a reference to Maya. Does this game take place after? I think it's before. I think it's like after the- I think it's after the first and the second game. I don't know about after the third game, but I think this takes place after the first and the second game because they make references to it. Subtle references to it. You're the friend? You're the one that was asking? I see. How do you feel about this information knowing that Mia Fey is not? Roy had a very bad Christmas because he did not find you wrapped underneath his Christmas tree. Yeah? Yeah? I know that Emma debuted. So actually Emma debuted in the first Ace Attorney game. In the I guess like she debuted, well, I don't know, like I guess the first time she debuted could have been Apologist, but I'm pretty sure she had debuted before that in the first Ace Attorney game. So the first Ace Attorney game had on the DS, so it was originally on the Game Boy Advance, but when they made the DS version, I think, I don't know what came out first. I assume that the one on the first game of the DS, because they added like a bonus case and it was Emma. Emma was involved in that case. She was like the Maya Fey basically of that case. Yeah, she's younger. So Emma here is kind of like not the age that she was in Apollo Justice. She's younger. She's still, she just said that she just came back from abroad, because she's on spring break right now. I came to the stadium to take a short break. And as I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. She saw boys kissing. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. Oh, that was not... That's just toxic yaoi, Wendy. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. It's just toxic yaoi. This is normal. Looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say, unfortunately. What's that unfortunately you tacked on at the end of the supposed to mean, edgy poo? Well, anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady. Well, old bag witness. I don't know if any of what I said, Roy, made sense. I kind of word vomited there. I came to the stadium to take a short break. Okay. You mean you took a break from being the pink badger? You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell of sweet. Your hip creaks with pain. You even begin to dream about work. That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know. Well, that's why I chose to come take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of the dead badger in front of a bunch of kids. So, what did you see while you, the pink badger, were resting? Oh yes, that. Well... As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Men kissing? Men kissing by chance? You saw two men? Edgeworth's like, please describe in absolute detail what you saw. And were they kissing? Hello, Trey. Merry Christmas. They looked like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I don't even remember much beyond that. Okay, Wendy doesn't like yaoi. Rolls eyes. She doesn't like yaoi. She's not like us. But did they have any special features? Anything you can recall would be very helpful. Oh my. Don't tell me you're jealous of those two men! Yeah, he's jealous because him and Phoenix could never be that. I'm just kidding. Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not worked up over anyone. And I'm not jealous. This is not helping. I'm foaming at the mouth. The yaoi you mentioned. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two were just fowls compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place? Absolutely, that gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. You didn't try to go help the person that got shot? I'm only one person, you smart alecky brat. What could have I done? But I took off as soon as I could to find someone who could help. 2 men, 1 bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on in your testimony. Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory? Self-centered, aren't we? While it was somewhat useful, her testimony also presents us with a new problem. Oh, my phone's ringing. Hold on. Thank you for the sub. Sorry. Okay. I got a phone call in the middle. I was so deep in my case and then... Okay. Yeah, thank you. While somewhat useful, her testimony also presents us with a new problem. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? So, about this new problem, what is that giant grin on your face for? Do you want me to show you something really nice? No, thank you. Don't be so mean. I swear it's something you're going to like. What is that gadget you're holding? What you see before you is a secret weapon of a great thief. I should have known it would be worthless. Oh, don't be like that. Teehee. What do you think now? What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air. I'm gonna input the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to its maximum size. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real, modern-day Robin Hood. What is this? This is a recreation of the murder based on the info I inputted into Little Thief. Little Thief? I dare say, I think you're taking the Robin Hood thing a bit too far. Little Thief is actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. But I suppose if I used it like this... Let's see. Miss Oldbag said the two men were facing each other, and then a gunshot rang out and the victim fell to the ground. Ah, so with this we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. See? So what do you think? I have to say I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days. Well, it is the super secret weapon of the mighty Yatagarasu. Oh my god. Yatagarasu. My god. Indeed. Oh, but if there isn't enough information or if something is out of place, the recreation could come out a little strange. In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony? You got it. You can really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth. Right now, the simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. And if I find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification. Feel free to examine anything in the simulation in the way you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. And if you find something, I've got a little thief with me, so you just let me know, okay? So, I already know right away what the contradiction is because I'm pretty sure... Stadium. Oh wait, never mind. Never mind, that makes sense. You looked it up? Yeah. First appearance was on the bonus episode? Yeah. So yeah, she first appeared there, and then... yeah, she comes back to Apollo Justice, and then she's also in this game, but she's like... It's like in between that time. That's why I'm like, it's before Apollo Justice, but it's after like the first and the second game. Because they make reference... Well, I mean, Francesca being there was like kind of proof that it's like the second game, and they mention like something about her... And there's characters and other references about the second game that have come up. Or like mentions of things. Oh. Okay. It's the silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready. Okay, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer? Well, I can't exactly input what we don't know into the Little Thief. She has a point. According to the testimony, the victim fell to the ground here. That's right, but if that's the case, then we've already found our first contradiction. What? Huh? What? Where? If this is the real scene of the crime, there's something missing that should be here. Yeah, the blood. Okay, that's what I thought. A piece of evidence shows the missing item. Blood. This is the contradiction. Is something wrong with my recreation? If this is the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how did we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one? Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either. Okay, that's what I thought. I think it's presented that this takes place before Apollo Justice entirely because Emma is only 2 years older than she was in the bonus episode. I see. Right. The fact that there is no testimony here. Wait, the fact that there's no blood here cast doubt on the witness's testimony. Yeah, so Apollo Justice takes place obviously after the first trilogy. I just don't know where this takes place within the trilogy. I would assume after the second game because of some references that were made. Because Emma, I think at the end of the DS case was like, I'm gonna go abroad to study forensics, and then when you talk to her here, she says, oh, I'm on spring break right now. So she's gonna go back at some point. The fact that there's no blood, blah blah blah. Edgy poo, how could you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get shot down. You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there is another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. Hello, Bloodia. Ooh, 3 stream streak. It looks like they broke the stage down. I guess this means they're done for the day. Or maybe it's because of a different show is scheduled to start its run tomorrow. Yes? Let's see. Okay. Recreation. Do you believe that this gadget will provide us with the proof we need? Yeah, of course. Pretty neat, huh? By inputting info like this, it can recreate the crime scene exactly as it was. Although Little Thief was originally intended to be a training sim for heists. A training sim for thievery? I don't believe I can turn a deaf ear to that, Kay. Ugh, it's for practice. Practice. It's not like I've actually stolen anything yet. Besides, we're in the middle of an investigation, so stop nitpicking. Even if it is just practice, I can't exactly endorse the act of stealing. Although, admittedly, this device is rather useful in an investigation. Using Little Thief. So how am I supposed to use this to aid my investigation? Oh, that's right. I guess I should explain how to use it, huh? Objects outlined in yellow are things that are not present in our time, but were in the past. Things outlined in the dot line are things that exist now, but didn't in the past. I see. You can examine and interact with replicated people and objects as you normally do. You can even present evidence whenever you find an inconsistency. Oh, and be sure to point out mistakes in the recreation with evidence too. Very well. Let's continue with the investigation. If there's something you don't get about Little Thief, feel free to ask me anytime, okay? Right. I think we need to put some logic. Stage was packed. Why is there no blood? I think these are connected. No? I can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information. Following a kidnapper's prints led us to a body. Was the victim in a costume? Oh, is that why is there no blood? Maybe? Okay. I did not read that. It is not possible that the victim was wearing a... Wait, is it not possible that the victim was wearing a costume? Do you really think that Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers? I think we can reasonably assume there is a very good chance that he was, and that if he was shot while he was inside one of those stolen costumes, then Mr. Deacon's body would be inside the costume instead of on the ground. Precisely. Now, if only we could prove that the victim was wearing a costume. You'd think it'd be pretty easy if we could find some footprints. But the problem is finding them since there doesn't seem to be any around. Footprints, huh? I wonder how we can go about finding some of those. Emma. This is amazing! Just feel the power of science! Footprint analysis. Emma, about that method you were talking about for finding footprints. Ah, finally, my expert knowledge in forensics is needed. Yes, well, can you detect and trace even partial footprints? Leave it to me. My cutting-edge detections kit can find anything. Very well. If you could please analyze the footprints in this area. Me? Gungaga. Okay, stand back now and witness the power of science at work. Hey, I found something. Look right there. I don't see anything. Oh, that's right. Here, put on these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth. These footprints were definitely left by a badger costume. Judging by the way the prints are laid, it seems to be the newest. Then we can conclude the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time. Victim's costume data jotted down in my organizer. He was likely wearing one due to the footstep shape and the lack of blood. Okay, in that case, I'll update Little Thief simulation parameters. Can't wait to see what we find out from this new info. No, little badger! So the victim was wearing a costume when he died. And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right? I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be closer, but now something else has caught my attention. What do you want? Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. What old bag witness? I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in the area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. So, does this mean that Miss Oldbag's testimony has a contradiction in it? Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation. I see. I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Now, let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Oldbag to put into the recreation. For that, we must first find the contradiction in her testimony. Merry Christmas, Gypsy! Hello, hello. I'm gonna press her again and just... It's the same stuff as before. You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place. Absolutely. That gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. You didn't try to go help the person. Yeah, she said that before. Okay. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. Well, you don't have anything to say to me? No, not especially. You're so cold, Edgy Poo, but that is exactly what I like about you. You sure are one tough cookie, one part unshakable and one part scary. Watch that smart mouth of yours, Missy. What do you know about my fragile heart? Knowing what we know now, thanks to your recreation, contradiction stands out like a giant sore thumb. Precisely, it's all becoming clear to me. Let's clear up this issue with some well-presented evidence and get this over with. So... I'm going to assume that, yeah. Because he was in a costume, how does she know that it was two men? Right? Right, I guess? I don't know if that... Am I thinking about that? And she also said, like, I would know who it is. Like, you know. I didn't see his face, and it's like, well, you would know because they were wearing a badger costume. Merry Christmas, Gabe. Anyway, yeah. Two men? How did you know the gender of the two people involved? Ooh. Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Ah. Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. Christmas was alright. I spent it with a friend. Wah. I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all. But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From a seat in the second tier. The second tier? Hey, didn't you say you saw it right in front of you earlier? That was, you know, I was using the phrase in metaphorical sense. I see our witness still has a screw loose in metaphoric sense. The cushy seats in the second tier are reserved for hotshot VIPs, which is exactly why I go there now and again to take a nap. I can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. It's so high up. Were you able to see even the victim's costume from way up there? Well, I know I saw two people, but I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage shadow. It was hard to make out the killer and the victim that old bag saw in the stage shadow. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know? Not like when I was young. People, let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? Let's see what she said. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know? Not like when I was young. People used to call me Eagle-Eyed Wendy back then. I could spot a good man from 100 paces away as I walked down the street. Just like that. Of course, they also noticed me in a flash and tried to make their move. But I'm not that easy. I was a careful girl. With a judgmental eye, but I never let a good man slip by me. You bet I didn't. If you could have seen... Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? You got it. Damn. Yes? Let's see. Can I present this to you now? Oh, never mind. You have nothing to say. Okay. This is amazing. Just feel the power of science. Thanks to you, I'm able to proceed with my investigation once again. Thank you. It was nothing. I'm just glad that science and I could be of service. Pretty amazing how we could see the footprints. So what's the secret behind that thing? Oh, you want to know? Here, you can read the manual. Aha, very interesting. So if I do this, I can avoid leaving footprints. She can't seriously be trying to use this information to her advantage as a thief. Wait. This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume. The silhouettes can change depending on the information I input. A little thief can recreate more than just people. So investigate away. We may find more info to make a more accurate sim. Alright, sounds like a plan. Let's see. Stage was packed. Okay. It was hard to make out the killer, so probably this? Okay. If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Do you want me to input that bit of info into the little thief? Yes, if you please. Okay. He's clipping through the stage! Battle of the Magicians, Max Galactica versus Troupe Grammare. And tomorrow, there will be a concert by the hip new rock band, the Gandviniers. Not that either of these stages show interest to me, at least. Not that these stages should, at least. There is clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines. Oh, come on, it wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me. I suppose in any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way, because there was a very real stage set up in this spot at that time. Yeesh, totally got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything? Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. Isn't it obvious? The killer was on top of the stage, naturally. Right, Miss Oldbag? Yes, I remember now. The killer was standing on top of the stage. See? Now, let me update the info into the simulation. Yeah, but that contradicts where he was shot. Unless he was actually technically the bullet went through the shoulder, but I don't think that's what the bullet wound shows. Well, well. What have we here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us. Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes. Agent Lang, we've discovered that the real scene of the murder is here at the stadium. I see, thanks. For what? I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. You know, I mean, who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that? Little thief is not a toy. You too. Sir. There you have it, see? You see? Big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Ah. Now this is a recreation. So what? Do you still intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer? Of course. Even knowing the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook. Agent Lang's logic. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage, and when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. That's the truth, your little recreation show. How far will you go to accuse Officer Meekins on the crime? He's the most likely suspect we've got, especially given the situation with his gun. Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark. You see? Thank you for understanding, my little crow girl. Grrr. Not some common crow. I'm the Yataga Rasu, the Raven of Legend. Unfortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. Looks like we found the real crime scene first. Ah, brag all you want, but we don't have all that free time unlike the two of you. Hehe. You know what you remind me of? A dog licking his wounds as he whimpers home. Well, I guess I should be thankful for all the time you saved me. Xie. That's how we say thanks in my country. You're welcome. I hope he realizes we didn't do all this for him. But I'm here now, so I'll be taking over. As I was saying, this is where the crime took place. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. Lying in wait? How did Officer Meekins even know the victim was going to come here? Simple. He was investigating the kidnappers, right? And while he was doing so, he came to understand the victim, Mr. Deacon's movements. Ah, and why would the good officer want to ambush and kill a kidnapper? You mean his motive? Who knows, and who cares? You can find that out yourself when you talk to him in jail. You have no respect for the order of law. Don't get me wrong, but I need more than there's no motive to convince me otherwise. Get out of here, you bot. Bye. He's right. The lack of a motive is rather weak argument by itself. So the officer lay in wait on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. So you agree with how our recreation turned out? Like I said, I'm grateful that you were able to save me some time. Alright, but we still don't know why he chose to wait on top of the stage. Who cares? Maybe he wanted to become the Blue Badger. Who's to say he didn't see the stage and decided to put on a Badger stage show of his own? Maybe there's a completely different reason? What does it matter? It still doesn't change the fact that Officer Meekins stood up on that stage and shot the victim on the ground below. That's the truth your little recreation showed. So you honestly believe that what you're saying is what really occurred? Hey, you're the ones who came up with this scenario. Are you saying you doubt yourselves? Ugh, touché. Unfortunately, Agent Lang's conclusion did not contradict with our recreation. Then does that mean it all went down just as he says? No, not quite. I wonder if what we had recreated earlier was the whole truth. Bullet entered his abdomen and exit. Yeah, there's no way. The killer would have had to shoot him from below, I think. I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly, after all. What's that supposed to mean? You said that the victim was shot by the killer from up above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. Huh? Why not? Recall Mr. Deacon's body specifically where the gunshot wounds were located. So I think the roles were swapped then. Actually, I didn't get that good of a look. Oh, well then... The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdomen region and then exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angled shot from beneath the victim. Then, yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at an angle from above. A clear contradiction. You're discounting your own conclusions? Now this one point is the only flaw. This was the mistake parameter in our recreation. The stage's location, the witness's location, the killer and the victim. Yeah. Yes, the locations of the killer and the victims were wrong. Yep. I get it. I see what you're trying to say. I believe the killer and the victim were standing opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. That makes more sense, yeah. If this is what happened, if this is what happened, it also explained the positioning of the gunshot wound. But then, what about the footprints? Since footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer also wore a costume. Okay, I'll try using that data instead. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Link? Huh. Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime. Another bit of proof. I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there. The 3 marks are indicative of the blue Badgermobile. That story Officer Meekins told you about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. Whew. He drove the blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. You believe he moved the body with the car? That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us to the way he did it. The retired tread marks are very telling, however. Is the blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? No. The pink Badgermobile is. Hello, Miss Kitty. Merry Christmas. Merry, Merry, Merry Christmas. Hope you had a very good Christmas. Hope you had an epic Christmas. I asked you to take another good look. The tire marks? Yes, the tire marks. The ones there behind the stage. Oh, I see them. They were hidden up until now by the various pieces of stage equipment. As for when they were made, they must have been made after the rain had begun to fall, correct? Yes, and probably around the same time as when the killer's footprints were made. The tires on that blue Badgermobile probably got pretty muddy because of that. I say it's the blue Badgermobile because, well, that's pretty obvious too. The 3 marks are indicative of the blue Badgermobile. 3 tire marks. I have to agree that the blue Badgermobile has 3 tires. Of course. The only thing in this park that could make those marks is that roving shop. Are you forgetting that there are in fact 3 of them? You can simply ignore the pink and the proto... You can't simply ignore the pink and the proto Badgermobiles, Agent Lang. Of course, I didn't say it couldn't be either of the other 2, but I see no reason to drag them into this just to complicate things. That story Officer Meekins told about that shop on the wheels getting stolen was just a lie. Of course you have some sort of proof that it was all a lie, correct? Of course not. Well, that was blunt. But suppose it is a lie, it would explain a lot of things, like his movements and his whereabouts. He drove the blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder. So you still claim that the tire marks belong to the blue Badgermobile? It must have arrived on the scene after the ground had become wet with rain. Officer Meekins committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. Besides the blue Badgermobile, there are other ways the body could have been moved. Recall what the Wild Wild West area looks like. Only the blue Badgermobile and Mr. Deacon's body were in the garage. I'd say that's proof. I suppose if one were to look at that place, that would be the only logical conclusion. However, my experience tells me that the truth is usually not so easily found. Is there some sort of problem with Agent Lang's statement with regards to that scene? Looks like the only thing that car was selling was death, not dreams. Only if what Agent Lang believes turns out to be true. The 3 tire tread marks are very telling, however. Is the blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Oh, wait, shit. Well, with the information we know that the tire tracks were made with the rain, and he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. I would assume that this would prove it. Oh, okay, thank God. Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale. And why is that? Those tire marks could have not been left by Officer Meekin's blue Badgermobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proves that the Badgermobile has never... Edgeworth been in this stadium? The lack of... Oh, the lack of mud. Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found on it. Ugh. If this car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as very peculiar indeed. Then, how do you explain the tire tracks, genius? Hey, I've got it. What about Miss Oldbag's pink Badgermobile? Don't be ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time in the second-tier seats. Indeed, I believe we can rule her out as someone related to the crime. However, there is yet one more roving store, as I recall. Oh, you mean the Proto-Badger? That's right. There was one more parking space inside that garage, and it proves the existence of a Proto-Badgermobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this Proto-Badgermobile post-haste. There must be some sort of incriminating evidence in it. Ugh. Hey, did you hear something? Help. Help me. Who the fuck are you? Are you alright? Well, this is something. Looks like we found our kidnapping victim. Where were you all this time? Wild West with kidnappers. He was in the room next to the one I was held in? Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers. What is it? Can't understand what you're trying to say. The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces. But 2. One was a woman. A woman? Quite an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. The two of them taking the glasses off at the same time. What nerds. I'll even let you guys have what the kids say just I'll even let you guys have what the kid said just now. Consider it a gift. Now, are you going to get out of my crime scene, or am I going to have to get rough? Ugh, again? You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Oh, no, no, no. Not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily. Don't count on me to testify because I won't. Not for you. That's right. I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper? Hey, calm down. There's no need to fall for all this hostility. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not going to rough either of you up. I give you my word. Come now, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate? Fair maidens? My, you little rascal, you sure know the way into a woman's heart. Lang Zi says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever. Trying to outdo my edgy poo with your fancy schmancy sayings. Let's get this over with, so we're clear. I'm only interested in giving you my statement. Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be. Mr. Edgeworth. To be continued. March 13th, 2:34 p.m. Wild Wild West area. Looks like we got the boot again. Land safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy. Tell me it's true. Tell me that you really found my boy. Yes, Mr. Amano. We found him earlier in the stadium. And my little Lance is unhurt? He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He is being questioned right now by Agent Lang. Poor Lance. It must have been so horrible for him. Locked up like a... Oh. Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Good work, officer. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. I thought you wanted to talk with Mr. Amano and Miss Pops. I do. Perhaps I should start with them before I do anything else. Ha! I've got you now, vile criminals. We've heard this one already. This must be the blue Badgermobile that Officer Meekins was driving. He said it was stolen, didn't he? Don't tell me that you were the one who stole it. What the heck are you talking about? I don't even have a license. It's illegal to drive a car without a license. A great thief doesn't break the law. This little girl has a very odd understanding of the word law. The tire tracks originally from the garage. Aha, so that means the car left in the garage at some point. Anything of interest? What is it, Kay? You look like you've stumbled upon something. I'm kind of confused by all the different events going on. First, there's the kidnapping, and then the co-conspirators of that end up in a murder. And Miss Oldbag saw the crucial moment, but you and Miss Oldbag are kinda... we do not need to investigate further into that last statement. Disregarding the fact of who it came from, the witness's testimony was a mess. However, it did shed some light on the truth behind this case. Well, let's keep investigating and see what other types of people we run into, shall we? I want to investigate here. Why is there a blue badger here too? Are you deathly allergic to him or something? It's not that. It's more the half smile on his face. It's really unsettling. She's disturbed by the half smile? I'm more disturbed by its movements and how it managed to obstruct an investigation. This man looks suspiciously like the... This man looks suspiciously like the precinct. Look at that lovely smile on the blue badger's face. Ah, it's looking at me. Make it stop. It's scary. It's alright, dear. You want to know something? I was the one who created the blue badger. See? Look at his eyes. Don't they look just like Daddy's? It's scary. It's scary because they do look like yours, Daddy. Well, that was rather depressing. I think I'd better leave the two of them alone. Oh, we met the creator of the, it says the achievement's called, the Blue Badger's Daddy. To think they were but a hotel, and now they have their own safari park attraction. Talk about a venerable gauche of rides and attractions. With so many of them, you'd think they would have a ninja house. Like one of those buildings with a zillion secret places to hide in. Those are fun. Well, they don't. Hey, how can you be so sure? Oh, I know. I bet they really do have one, but it's hidden in real ninja fashion. Come on out, Ninja House. I know you're around here somewhere. A hidden ninja house. Next, you'll be looking for a lost pirate ship. One Piece? Look, wait! There's Phoenix and Maya! Okay, that lamp looks like it's got a lot of good stories to tell about the olden days. Oh, it looks incredibly new to me. Ugh, Mr. Edgeworth, you need to lighten up and get a sense of humor. That was rather rude, but just this once, I'll look the other way. On second thought, maybe the first thing you need to work on is tack. Look! Oh, it's Phoenix, Maya, and Pearl. Hello, Cyber. What Scrooge makes me clock in on Christmas? Me, bitch. It's Merry Christmas. They say that couples who cross this bridge together will find happiness. Or so the Gate Water Land pamphlet says, but you'd think that they'd already be happy because they were able to come together. Logistics aside, oh my god. I wonder who came up with this tale and when. This bridge does look old enough to be stuffed of legends. Well, some things are better left uninvestigated, don't you think? Ignorance is bliss. How was your Santa day? I spent it with a friend, so all is swell. Alright, we'll talk to these goobers. Let's present some stuff. Seeing that badge reminds me of Manfred. Oh yeah, wait for that. Yeah, we've heard that one already. Let me ask like these ones. Ho ho, that looks to be something quite- oh no. Did you go to a restaurant and ruin some minimum wages day? No, I just went to a friend's house. Case is going. The person that was kidnapped we found. This was found on the body of your butler, Oliver. But what strikes me as odd is the name engraved on the back. Colin Devore. Oh. Colin Devore? Veldor Dal what? He's so sad that he's got it all mixed up in his mind. I understand, but that last one wasn't even close. Oliver, huh. He served me well for such a long time. What am I going to do without him? I'm afraid my money will continue to be dampened by my tears in the long nights ahead. Just what a sort of operation is this that they would have allowed their valuables to be stolen? It's a disgrace to the way businesses are run everywhere. Well, thieves by nature generally tend to target these types. Stealing is an abominable behavior, don't you agree, little miss? Yeah, the worst. Am I going to have to add hypocrite to the list of things you are, Missy? Those earlobes? His son has the same kind of earlobes. Okay. Lance and I met on a street corner by the crosswalk. I was so busy eating a loaf of bread that I ran right into him. It was destiny, as people like to say. I'll take that as she's not interested in this. If I show this to her, she'll probably just go on about another one of her fantasies. If you're not gonna show it to her, then why not give it to me for safekeeping? Why do I need to do anything of the sort? About what we found when we examined the victim. Ah! What? You big bully! I can't believe you'd show me something so gruesome. But I have to admit, I kind of like that mavericky aura around him. Oh, Lauren, are you becoming bad as well? She's off in La La Land again, I see. Ah, it's a monster, a hideous monster. I know that it may look like a monster, however, I'd like to ask you about it. Oh, Lance, up in heaven, lend your little lolly... Oh, your little lolly, like the lollipop, your strength. But he's not dead. If you lend me your strength, I can defeat the bad monster and live a long and happy life. I'm beginning to suspect that you are not very good at this listening business. Yeah, it is a ring pop. This right here is Lance's and Mai's castle of love. It's the perfect new house for us, made out of candies and sweets. But I can't seem to get the door open. Why? Because this is a theme park, and I highly doubt they would let you live here for real. You won't let me in your own house? You truly are a terrible man, you know that? But I have nothing to do with that. You know what this is? It's a prosecutor's badge. I'm not a bad person, and I'm not out to seduce you. Come on, won't you talk? No, you're showing that to me to lord over me with how much authority you have. Well, I will not be bullied. You should be ashamed of yourself, you evil man. How should I repent in order for this woman to talk to me? Ansamano, he loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. Oh, that's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for the flowers you've gone through. I suppose if they were me, then blushes kick its feet. The pamphlet reminds me of Wii Sports. Also, I believe you said that you are Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either. I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. Ah, it's so wonderful. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring? So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out, or is it just one-sided? Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? My father used to work for Mr. Amano. And so Lance and I grew up together. Said it out loud. Don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano group? What did he do? I heard his job was to fly around the world on Pegasus. Pegasus? Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. But now, it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and never returned. Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff legends are made of. It's been so long. I don't think I'd recognize him if we were to ever meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes. Lauren, live. The colors? Oh, I see. About the case. About this incident. Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here with the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident. How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped? Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition. You based everything on that? I know everything when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. Blush. Ugh, she started fantasizing again. She's a little stalkerish. Lance Amano. Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver, but I have to say I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Oh, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter? The way Lance has been, the way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know. Here, take a look for yourself. Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? My dear Lance Amano, can I come see you again? Your beloved Viola. Okay, why is it like... why is the ink Tender Lender Loan Company? What the hell? It's a very simple love letter. Oh, hey, let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company, Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. So what are you gonna do now, Mr. Edgeworth? We already established that there is a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. The isolation room, I guess. The place where we were held as prisoners. Hold it! Don't lump me in with you. I can't allow you to slander my good name as a great thief by saying I was captured. Not being able to escape from somewhere qualifies you as a caged bird, Kay. Besides, we checked that place out pretty well while we were there, remember? Don't you think it'd be an even better idea to check somewhere else? Perhaps you are right. What I really need right now are leads to the killer's identity. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. Crime scene, the kidnapper's hideout. Kidnapper's hideout? But like, where is that? The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout. But we're still not allowed in, remember? Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there is no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir. Where have I heard such a redundancy before? It is possible for you to let us take a look around inside. Sir! Roger, sir. That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you to not allow me in? Sir, that's true, sir, but Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I couldn't refuse a request from him. Wow, looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following. Furthermore, I was asked to give you this document to you, sir. What is this? Oh. The man in this picture. Isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon? Thank you for the hydrate. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Pen E. Dent prison. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up, maybe. But the name here says Colin Devore. Yeah, it does. That's the same name as the one on the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin Devore was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? Then what was he doing here? Apparently he broke out of jail and then just vanished. He must have been Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon. So oh man, that's gonna be fucked up. I wonder if this guy is that girl's actual dad. She didn't know. Now that I'm not sure I mean, I shouldn't recognize the body when we should. I think. I don't know. Now I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? His police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine. Let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later. More than thinking things through. I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Care to explain in a bit more detail? Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room. They got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. March 13th, 2:55 p.m. Kidnapper's hideout. So this is where the kidnapper planned their foul deeds. While you were tied up for a while in the room next door, hee. Okay, please, must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can, of the other kidnapper's identity. I'm going to pause really quick. I can go peace girl. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I got a snack. Ah! I ran out of water. I'll get it later. Okay. Hello, special fish. Merry Christmas. Get it now? No. What the fuck? Fine. Fine. Okay. I don't up and down the steps. The water in my cup. Ice. Oh no, my ice milk. Get that water ASMR. Okay. All right. Yeah, Cooper peeing in the mic. What have we here? It looks like a sword. A broken sword. Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Found lying next to the door, broken cleanly in half. Swords don't usually break on their own. That's true. Alright then, let's think about it in this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something. Huh. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police force who opened it. I won't rest until I have inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. That doorknob handle thingy is looking pretty beaten up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. Hey, that's odd. The lock on this is completely fine. Look, not a single dent. But how is that possible after what that officer told us? Yeah, if the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked. So, the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? The door that had to be forced open, yet the lock is intact. Was it not locked? Oh, Cooper wants to be free. No! Sorry about that. Back to this. Barrels. Oh, they have barrels just like these just outside. Yes, and well, I know I already asked you when we were out there, but if these were real, what would you put in them? There's an exceptionate gleam in her eyes that I'm about to dash. The panel that hid the entrance to the underground is propped up and wide open. Be careful where you step, Kay. I only fell into that other opening just once, you know. Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room too. It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage, Kay. I know that. The door leading to the outside world was locked, so Lance must have escaped his prison through here. Unused folding chairs leaned against the wall in their folded states. Wow, whoever lined these up did it perfectly. They're not even a single hair off. I'd feel bad using these because it'd be like stealing the perfection away. I suspect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? A sign advertising the photo rally. Something I have absolutely no interest in. Yeah, but I do. And I'm going to get my hands on the rest of the Badger family. You'll see. She definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. I won't rest till I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay. Cheap styrofoam cups. Looks like only 3 cups were used. Yep, 3 cups. I wonder what this key is to. You got me. It reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it. This must be the key for one of those trapdoors. That wasn't a trapdoor. You only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I am not having this conversation with you. A poster of Gatewater Land is stuck on this wall. Intrigue. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewater Land has it all. And it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? Folding chairs, and by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. There are 3 chairs set around the table. This must be where they dispose of old and worn-out costumes. That's so sad. It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. And out their trash bins usually costume. Beyond this door is where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you. Must you keep reminding me? But it's the room where I got to see your awesome new face. You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. Hello, Belle. I hope you had a good Christmas. It's okay. Have any new evidence we can show her? I guess it's a love letter? It reads kind of bittersweet. If that was all, I'd say it was nothing more than someone pinning for Lance. However, the sender is the loan company tender lender. And the story takes a super bitter downturn. In a way, you can think of it that he stole and hid himself away. This man was a fugitive. I imagine that was the only way he could live on the outside. Well, people who do bad things don't deserve to be respected. The best way to live life is to follow the straight and narrow. How ironic that I'm getting a lecture on morals from a thief. As good Christmas with my family can be. Hopes was you're okay. Yeah, I spent my Christmas with my friend family. So it was a little bit more doable. So I'm gonna assume 3 cups in the folding chairs because that means that it wasn't. I think that this Lance guy was in on this kidnapping. I think he wanted money from his dad. I think this Colin guy, the girlfriend and Lance have to be in on it or something. I don't know actually, or I don't know. Well, we'll find out. I think the kidnappee involved in it. You also got za from your dad, which was very sweet. Oh, that's nice. The common denominator between the cups and the folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up, literally. Is it possible that there is a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? Costume piece. Broken prop sword. Oh yeah, the sword. It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock and anyone can see that it was not in use at any time. But the policeman outside said it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight, despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this. Oh, you mean... Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. Do you see how the handle is completely destroyed? So that's how the sword broke. I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers, but instead we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. Ah! What is it? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that? This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We badgers also make use of it in our duties. Look, why don't you get out of there first, and then we'll talk, okay? Ah, I beg your pardon, miss. Take his head off! Proto Badger, get! Alright, only one more to go. What are you getting all excited about? Did you forget? The photo rally, duh! Hello, welcome in, Sir Whale Gaming. You're tired of started tonight, but I'm going to spend most of tomorrow playing. Hell yeah. Food consumed? What did you eat, Roy? What did you eat? Yeah, look, now all I have to do is get a picture of the bad badger and I'm done. Ah yes, I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. You vaguely recall a contest? Edgeworth is right behind you. It is right behind you. And it's been literally in your face the entire time we've been at this park, Edgeworth. You cannot tell me you vaguely recall a contest. Edgeworth, please. You're pissing... Robert, this rock is pissing me off. You don't like his lack of eyes? I know. He's kind of creepy. Your sisters are over, so you ate hot pot? Ooh. Who is this guy? Hello? But what? It's gone. But where did it go? What happened? What's wrong? A bad badger costume is missing, sir. Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnapper stole it. I heard about how they were stolen, but they said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken. What? He's saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little bit more about these costumes you use. First of all, shouldn't we ask him to identify himself first and foremost? Like, are we not going to question that? Kidnapper's hideout. So this is the room next to the one we were held prisoners in. You know, I took a peek in here through the door from the other room. As did I, Kay. Anyway, if this room was truly the kidnapper's hideout, then that means there should be some clues to their identities here, right? I don't know if there are, however, the probability is quite high. I believe a thorough combing of this room is necessary. Kay, are you participating in that Blue Badger photo rally? Yeah, I figured since I came all this way, I might as well. Plus, I want the prize. Prize? It's a handcuffed-shaped notepad. Wait, or is it a notepad-shaped set of handcuffs? Either way, they both sound incredibly useless. Hey, you don't know that, and I'm sure I can figure out what to use it for. Whichever it is. A notepad might be useful, but I don't see when she will ever need a set of handcuffs. This reminds me of a saying. Till one sword breaks, the one's arrows runs out. Except that we are not dealing with any arrows. I guess not. I wonder where they went. Oh, I know. I bet it's because I already stole them. I sincerely hope that she is kidding. What do you mean by a bad badger costume is missing? Why, just as I said, sir. We are one bad badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times. Okay, so because one of them is walking around in this park, the other should be in that room. Actually, both of them should be in that room. Huh? What do you mean? Normally we don't use the Bad Badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's the stage show where the Bad Badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir. I'm speechless that such a show exists. Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you how the only time we use that costume. Then, doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the Bad Badger? Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir? All this basically means is that the kidnappers stole 4 costumes in total. And are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers? Jesus, how many how many more kidnappers are getting added to this case? No, I don't think that's very likely. Oh, never mind. Oh? Recall the costumes for a minute. The stolen ones, you mean? What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? This one? If you had 4 people and you had wanted to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead? Yeah, that makes sense. And yet, the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes, but the question is why. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm eating my snack. The second badger costume, I believe, it may be closer at hand than we think. What do you mean? That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right. Let's get it out of there and take a look. As I suspected, it's a bad badger costume. Well, minus the head. I won't rest until I have inspected every suspicious looking cranny. Okay. I wonder why this bad badger costume's right hand is torn up like that. Maybe it's a fresh wound from a fight with the blue badger. I always knew the blue badger was one ferocious beast. I somehow doubt that even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that, Kay. Look, its hand is hurt. Looks more like something was ripped off of it. Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded states. The ones over by the table probably came from the stack. There are 3 folding chairs over on this side. I can't say they were arranged nearly as nicely as their siblings to the right. You think so? I think they're just fine, like a bunch of used chairs ought to be. I'm beginning to think you must keep a most chaotic room. Hey, don't slander and sigh at me all in one shot. Yeah, Edgeworth, let a girl be messy. F off, man. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? I think it was ripped off. Yeah, I'd assume that the costume... Okay, I was wrong. Shut up. Okay. His hand was closed. Oh. You know. I don't know. I'm thinking too hard. I'm like, oh, maybe he was in the costume. Did anything have like a piece of cloth to it? The gun? I don't know. Oh, okay. Oh, I figured it out. I was like trying to think. I was like, well, I mean, if he's supposed to be the bad badger, then I guess he's supposed to have a gun attached to him. So I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun! Precisely. The bad badger was designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. However, you there. Did you remove the gun from this bad badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. As I thought, the rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto-Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a modeled gun. Okay, so they ripped off the fake gun and put a real gun. I see. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show. It seems that our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun. My dear costumed friend. Ripped from the bad badger costume. Will fire blanks. I think we're about done with this room. So what's next? Well, we found a few answers, but there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. March 13th, 3:34 p.m. Wild Wild West area. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. You've got to hurry, sir. Come on. What is it, detective? They found a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir. What? Isn't that one of the kidnappers? Wait, isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing? Bingo. That's why you've got to come to the main gate with me right now. We hurry, I might still be able to get there before Wolf Boy does, sir. Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. Wolf Boy, yeah. March 13th, 3:45 p.m. Gatewater Land Main Gate. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. He's been decapitated! Was it out here in the open all along? No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. And let's get down to it. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I love that they call him that. Yeah, he's the alpha male. What about Wolf Boy Roy? How far does Edgeworth run every morning? Miles. Exactly. Welcome in. He's been decapitated. His headpiece. This must be the blue badger Officer Meekins crossed path with. Oh, the nerve of someone throwing a blue badger away like this. I worked so hard to create this character. It's like my baby. How could someone do this, sir? How? Detective, how about channeling your anger towards finding the culprits? Good idea. Oh, wait until I get my hands on... So, who are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Why don't you try figuring it out yourself for a change? It's the Blue Badger body section. What a waste. How so? Going through all the trouble to steal this costume only to throw it away in the end? A real thief wouldn't do such a thing. Nope, no way. I wouldn't think a real thief would steal something so gaudy to begin with. Bro. Imagine if they called him Wolfie. Get your fucking foot out of my face. Blue Badger is Gumshoe's OC? Yeah. Well, so the Proto Badger was created by somebody else, which we met in the park. And then Gumshoe made the current design. This design, the cute one. And not the scary one. It's not your foot. Now it is. It is cursed. What do we have here? We got another pendant. His copsona, if you will. Yeah, it's a little copsona. Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon? Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there. Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Ugh. A pendant, huh? Oh, you know what? Probably the pieces of the pendant make a Pegasus, because she mentioned that her dad flew the Pegasus. Makes sense. It makes sense. Have more curse emote gifts. Oh, Cyber. A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Lauren. Hey, it's named... Well, Lauren. Hey, it's a name that's engraved on it. Miss Pop's pendant data jotted down in my organizer. Someone sus! Someone sus! Ooh. Aha! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Lolly? Can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance. You're kidding. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage. So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey, guys, case closed. Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady. Again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? The officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. What does it say? Milk? Does that say milk is hot? That's not that curse. Oh, muck is hot. I I thought it said milk is hot. I'm like, milk? Thanks for the confession. A bruise on me. Why? Like, I was like, I'm like, why is there a bruise on me? Agent Lang, it's too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We've got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops. Yes? I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all the things that have happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? Oh, girl, you don't have to cut your hair. Oh my god, chill. It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I really do think Lance is in on it for some reason. I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as the losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today. Just gonna give yourself crisis bangs. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. He knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There. Are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit that what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Pops, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth, because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. Bit too improbable. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler. It was the butler? How well do you know the victim? I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house. A few times? That's it? Yes. If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other. But if you hardly ever talked, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan? That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning, which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena? Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself. Huh, I bet he didn't see that one coming. Most of your emotes are funny than cursed. I don't know if I have any cursed ones. Do I have a cursed emote? I guess the only cursed one I have is Spider Kitty. Oh yeah, Zatanna. I'm not subbed to him, but that one is cursed. I love that one so much. I have the kitty one. Her spider kitty legs. Hopping in to say Merry Cragmas. Thank you, Zarda. Merry Cragsmas.
Hold it.
You knew? How did you know something like that? Oh no. What should I do? Okay, what's wrong with her now? Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony. Oh, yes, of course. You have this. What's that one say? Goon! Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back, after all.
Hold it.
She is a drama queen. Why did you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same. I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure. Suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Amano. I always figured that was it too, and I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because your dad's? I got this pendant from my father, and I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. I think he's dead. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus. That pendant, she must truly believe to be the wings of Pegasus. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money... Would you mind telling us a little bit about the plan itself? Well, first we captured Lance. Oh, how did you do that? Well, Mr. Decon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. Ugh. And here I thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge. Edgeworth's scary face is just his face. How he suffers. He just has resting bitch face. Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Decon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but Mr. Decon turned on me and tried to kill me. Why do you think he did? I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning? Miss Pops. Wait, Mr. Decon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning? Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely, huh? I don't think Mr. Decon would have ever been capable of killing you. But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money. Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know what you... You never knew. Sorry, I have to readjust the way I'm sitting. I need a new chair. New 2026 goals. Cry needs a new chair. I need a new chair. Mark my words right now. You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, or do you know who you really are? But I knew. I do. I knew. I do. And I could show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Decon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops. This. Why are you showing this to me? So, what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are. These two pendants resemble each other. Wouldn't you agree? Hey, you're right. They're the same color, and they're even made of the same material. I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Eh? Shall we give it a try? Wow, it's totally Pegasus. Well, why? Why does my pendant match with the one with Mr. Decon's? You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. What? No, that can't be. So, the two make a set. Huh. It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. Oh, you lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives measure to Pegasus pendant. I'm assuming this. Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. I love Kay's surprise face, yeah. His real name is Colin Devore. The name that is etched on the horse pendant. What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense, given what is written in Mr. Devore's dossier. But what I really want to point out was this. The specific section is what reveals the true meaning. Bro, you're behind those pendants. Sole daughter. Mr. Devore had one daughter. Her name is Lauren Pops. That's a lie. That person was not my father. He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? Ha 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 ha. And what is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Bro is not letting go. Another possibility. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of Amano, and the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? Ado. Maybe someone should take those scissors from her. I'm just shocked she was able to... where did she get them? This has been his version of how things might have happened. You don't have any proof that they didn't know of their true relationship, right? And you're saying that the two of them committed the kidnapping together? That's right. As one really rotten family. Is that really what happened? I had better take a long, hard look at the evidence. I really think Lance was... I mean, not Lance. Oh, yeah, Lance. That's the kid that got kidnapped. Was in on it. Another possibility. Agreeing that the two of them are father and daughter. Precisely. And what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter? I've seen a lot of things in my travels, and I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing. But isn't it possible that they both knew the fact? You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't. Because he was on the lam? You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore, it was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of Amano. One is a butler, and one is the friend of the son, you mean? They probably thought that that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course. And the two of them made good use of their meeting to plan this little kidnapping. You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were in fact family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you're presenting any evidence to the contrary. Ugh, sigh. I said, not sigh. I feel like Edgeworth would say sigh out loud. Oh, like sigh. Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Agent Lang isn't wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one. You'd better hurry up and do something, or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Was the crime really committed by two of them? By this father-daughter pair? Craving mac and cheese? Make mac and cheese.
Hold it.
Oh shit.
Hold it.
Waiting for your room to warm up. I took a nap with the window open and it feels like the worst part of Christmas. No coincidence? Is that true though? Well, no, I would believe that he said he thought he might head for where his wife and daughter are, but despite our span, he has yet to show up. I don't know.
Objection.
No, that's wrong. Hmm. Oop. The fuck was that? Um. Uh, R&D is engraved on this pendant. I see that they wrote out her first name, but why just the D? Maybe it's just the result of poor planning? I guess. Well, at least if I had shortened my name, I could make a K. Right. Faraday. Faraday. That way, even if you just sounded it out, it'd be easy. My name is K. Faraday. I suppose if I had to do the same, I would also abbreviate to M. Edgeworth. Hold on. I think you should abbreviate to M.E. Get it? Haha. Who would have thought that this little pendant could stir up such a strange conversation? It's a pendant in the shape of pear wings. It has a rather nice aesthetic to it. Hey, nice to see that even you can appreciate its beauty. Things made of platinum silver tend to have a nice feeling about them, you know? I was only talking about its shape, Kay. Oh, is that what you were talking about? But, you know, if we're talking about wing shapes, I think the brooch on my scarf is way cooler. That's not made of platinum silver, is it? It's handmade, okay? So I'm sorry that it's not made of expensive stuff. She made that by herself? Incredibly well crafted. Is it possible that they knew that? I feel like no. Oh, okay. No, no, no. I just thought maybe she didn't know because it just said D. She could be Monkey D. Luffy for all I know. No coincidence. That really even... Did I already present that on here though? How's the One Piece brain rot treating me? Would? I cannot figure this out. Oh. I want to look up at hint, but give me the hint. Well, just give me the answer. Hold on. Ay, 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 ay. Look at all the evidence. Okay. Prosecutor badge, proof of my possession. However, I prefer to keep it in my pocket. Map and explanation of the park. Costume separated its head and body. Its head was left in the isolation room. I don't think it's any of these. Big costume. Like wearing one due to foot. Stands for Lansamana. The sender is the tender lender loan company. I think as that is relevant yet. Use that. Well, maybe I didn't use it on the right thing. I don't know. I'm actually very stumped on this. Oh. I'm very stupid. The two of them. When we found out that there was three. Okay, I would have not put this together though. I would have not. There is no way. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone. Only because I associated with that with the chair and the cup thing, but I guess like they didn't really like update. Yeah. Oh, the kidnapper stole 3 costumes. Never mind. I was being stupid. Well, I don't think I still would have made the connection. I would have not still. Kidnapping wasn't planned by 2 people alone. And what proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3? 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume that they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe this 3rd person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. But who? Who is the mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. I think it was Lance. Lance Amano? I've been thinking that was him the whole, like, when we found him. I was like, it has to be him. I think it was Gumshoe. Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Yeah, he said he had 2 kidnappers. Did you see the face of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces, but 2. One was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. But I know I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Ah yes, about when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore, honestly. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? Was it one of those don't judge a book by its cover, but totally just the cover anyway? It was more just like when he came out, like, I mean, first of all, he I don't know how to explain it, but my hunch was he's definitely involved in this when I saw him come out. I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. Okay, that's contradictory because we were there and we didn't. Or, I don't know, actually. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. Through the underground passageway, I presume? Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. Ah, how could you not? Why do you look at me with such icy daggers in your eyes? Because he's a prosecutor, and because they're all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth, and should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There is a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. I've seen an episode of a detective show like this, except the guy got killed because his dad found out before the cops and lashed out and accidentally killed him. Wow. Oh boy. Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then, out of the blue, someone from behind clamped a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker? They must have used some drugs to knock me out, because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout, already all tied up. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. We all got that morning blah, yeah. Anyone watch Detective Conan? That was a fun show. I have not watched it. I mean, I know of it, but I've never watched it before. It was also the pilot episode of the show, so they really came out swinging. Damn. By that room, do you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. Then, you were in the same room as your kidnappers? They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely 2 people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared, I could tell that they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. The kidnappers disappeared? The room fell into a sudden silence. I had been left behind like an unwanted mutt. And what do you mean by unwanted mutt? What pointless question. It's not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know. It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside. But it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. The little wind blowing. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. Then, those cuffs on your wrist. I suppose you are still cuffed in that case. I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. I made my escape and ran away from the room as fast as I could. How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. I remember I escaped to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway. By underground passageway, you mean the one the staff uses to travel unnoticed? I suppose that's what it's for, but I didn't run into any staff members on my way out. And once I was up top, I was busy trying to find a member of the police. And that was when you found us congregated at the stadium, I suppose? Let me ask you then, how did you get a hold of the key to the underground door? That was easy. It was hanging right there in the room on the wall. I do recall a key hanging on the wall right beside the table. Boy, does that bring back memories of our situation, how we made our escape. Indeed, and although the door in the floor of our room led to an underground room, the door in the floor of the room next door had a secret passageway. A secret passageway under a theme park. Ooh, that sounds like so much fun. I wonder, was there something off about the way Lance made his escape? You don't know why Lance feels kind of gender? Kind of does. So there's been a kidnapping and a guy died, and so you're trying to investigate for the murder? So yeah, basically this guy was apparently kidnapped, but somebody else was murdered. That apparently seems to be this girl Lauren's mom, or dad, my bad. It was Lauren's dad. Yeah. Wait. Oh. You said that the door leading out was locked, but was it really? We're talking about the room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open, right, Shia? Yes, that's correct. Then take a look at this. What is that? A sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not simply remove the sword and escape? Well, why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. You've been making this guy out to be the one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you'd forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive. What else? Do you honestly think that an uptight pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself? This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. Go. put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is, in fact, a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Ugh. Looks like it's hard to being the son of a rich man, too. Must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh? Ugh, alright, I give up. I abducted myself. Lance! He ate them. The fucking wind blowing. I can't. It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to my fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that $1 million, but now that dream is over. Oh, Lance. Then you are giving yourself up? Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you? Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money, that's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the blue badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops. Alright then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on the bad badger costume, took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea that they were related, so I thought it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then it really was you? That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with $1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot, and the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was? If what she says is true, are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. The man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium... Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this. But all you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me? Alright, so at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. That was the ransom money, wasn't it? Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Decom almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me. And what did he tell you? Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Decon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun. But that badger pointed his gun at me. I mean to shoot me dead.
Hold it.
Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father. Why would you try to shoot me? You really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. But it's true, my father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. It's Pops. Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then, would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? Yes, of course. There we go, there's our The badger pointed the gun with his left hand at me. Yeah, that's the contradiction right there. And you felt that your life was in danger, correct? Yes, I'm about to die, I thought. So that's why I used the gun and got Lance. I just want to press everything, because why not?
Hold it.
You shot Mr. Deacon? Miss Pops. Yes, I shot him. Ahaha. And that, as they say, is that. Agent Lang, Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. You're going to continue questioning her? What a waste of time. Miss Pops, if you please. Alright. There was a gunshot from the other... And the other person crumpled to the ground as I ran scared for my life. Did you take off immediately following the gunshot? Yes. And you didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after he was shot? I was scared. I don't blame you. I would have done the exact same thing. Poor Miss Pops. What will become of her, Mr. Edgeworth? She seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe to be absolutely correct. Listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. That's not it? Even after looking at this, you can still claim that you said it to be true? Oh wait, I know. It has to be this. No? Oh. Dominant hand right. Okay, but that also... Okay, whatever. Whatever. I have here the dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Ah, then the person pointing a gun at you from atop a stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to its right hand. That's why the only hand he could have held the real gun was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it. Enough with the smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier there was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. According to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. And is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face. But if that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. It wasn't the Bad Badger. Both hands were not occupied. Both are correct? I think... the Bad Badger, but it has to be because I think he used the real gun and both hands were not occupied. That's not true, so both are correct. They are both correct. Impossible. That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pop's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if the Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both of his hands. This... Or... the head, maybe? This proves that there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both of his hands. Yeah, so like maybe it wasn't the body of the Bad Badger. Because we only found the head. Yeah, okay. The costumes have two parts of them, a head and the body. Oh, I get it now. The head Miss Pop saw was probably really the head of the Bad Badger. However, it is not possible that the body was of an entirely different badger. A different badger? Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. Wait, what did he say? The body of the Bad Badger Miss Pops really saw belonged to this badger. Body of Bad Badger I saw really belonged to this. Wait, I have to think. I need to think. So if it's not Bad Badger, it can't be Blue Badger because Miss Pops was disguised as the Blue Badger, and so was Officer Meekins. We know Wendy was in the Pink Badger, and there was one other, so it has to be Proto Badger. Think? What? The heck is it? It's the Proto Badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Pops was wearing the Blue Badger costume, so we can eliminate that one. The Pink Badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. Oh yeah, that too. I that too. All that is left is the Proto Badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the Proto Badger costume? That would be Lance. Lance killed him! Not surprised. Ooh, Lance killed your father? Oof. Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amano donned the Bad Badger's head, pretended to be Mr. Decon? On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing? The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. Wait, oh. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger. Hahaha. I have no idea what you're talking about. Wait. All done so she would pull the trigger. What exactly would I have had to why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh? There is but one reason, Lance Amano. You are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Decon. What? No. That's slander. Take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed, but what does that have to do with anything? It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. Boy, okay, I'm just saying, if you know you committed murder and they're asking you, what's your dominant hand? Just fucking lie. Why didn't he lie? At least he's already cuffed, right? Ah. Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the proto-badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right? Of course, logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well, and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure he wouldn't be hit by a bullet. Oh, missing model gun. Yep. We found one half of a bad badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one that had the victim... Wait, it was not the same one that the victim was wearing. Plus, it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the bad badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where is the gun you use now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was, although I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question. I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Huh, I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Decon after he was restrained by Lance. She saw the victim in the state of being restrained? Dumbass rich boy. I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Decon. He had tied Mr. Decon securely to the beam of the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. Oh, she saw Edgeworth, not him. I think Edgeworth maybe Edgeworth had the hat on, or I don't know. Or okay, I don't know. Hold on. Mr. Decon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? We thought that it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium, but then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. Then, the murder happened. Mr. Decon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means that the victim was still alive at the time, wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something I missed about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. I think... Okay. Came back to the hideout long after the other two. When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout? It was after we had picked up the ransom money. And where were you up until the time you returned? I was scouting the park out and making preparations for our escape. I walked around in various areas looking for the best route. Ah, so each of them had their own roles to play. After I was done, I went back to the hideout. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Decon. Oh. How did Lance look at that time? He looked shocked. He also looked a little down. When I saw that sadness in his eye, Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Decon? What was his situation like? He had tied Mr. Decon securely to the beam. Are you sure that it was Mr. Decon that you saw? Yes, I am certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room to check? Lance said it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, such a kind soul. Then, are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Decon for yourself? I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. he had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely— Yep, that was Edgeworth. That just had to be Mr. Decon. You saw a bad badger head? The captive had a bad badger head on, so I'm absolutely sure it was Mr. Decon. So the tied-up Mr. Decon was still his bad badger costume? Yes, and it would appear that she misread the whole situation. What now? Should I raise an objection? Yes. The person you saw was not the victim. What? Why not? I will tell you why not with this. Miss Pops, this, Miss Pops, shows that the person you saw, not the victim.
Take that.
Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Decon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. Me. It was me. Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me, even after I had handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. In the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Decon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right? That's... You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a bad badger head on, and then made your costume escape together, or so you pretended. Huh? What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, then doubled back to the hideout, probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. Ugh. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword, he then escaped via the passageway. Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in the tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. I like it looks like he's like holding on to him. It looks like he's like holding on to him. Tidal wave? We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment, all that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would have still seen me tied to that beam. I was scared of Mr. Decon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really had no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, it would seem that you can... Wait. You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing. Ugh. Who said that? Please wait. Mr. Amano. Oh ho, Miles, my boy. It looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad. Let's see. You are the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now? Is that what I think it is? It's the bad badger costume with the victim was wearing. And a gun. Oh, and it's wet. I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears that... What is with these people finding evidence? What are... Okay, it appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Oh. Ugh. Is there no one in this country who exactly obeys the law? There. Now. Agent Lang, please calm down. What the heck is that scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says. What? The Chief of Police? What the? Just who does he think he is? The person who wields the highest authority in this area? Oh. There. Now. There is no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by laws of your country. Now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. Only asking that you please respect the laws of the land. Ugh, I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand. It doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. I had a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with that conducted tests. They verified the blood on this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final piece of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason to push my poor boy around. That's it? These are the case-making pieces of evidence? I'll be the judge of that. Is this even admissible in court? It's like that one meme with the paper that just says, I do what I want. Yeah. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking this bullet hole. It looks kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burnt marks were left by gunpowder. This is the most important fact. Why is that? Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Victim's costume worn at the time of the shooting, gunpowder burn proves that he was shot at point-blank. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? Revolver data jotted down on my organizer. Used to kill Deacon, it was originally stolen from the guard by victim during escape. What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. Hey, they sparkle. I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here? Mirror fragments data jotted down in my organizer. Well, are these not the most definite pieces of evidence you've ever seen? Be the judge of that. Found Miss Pop's fingerprints on this gun. Can you let me hold it for a sec? Shouldn't if you don't know how to handle it. Besides, Miss Pop's prints are on it. Look, I'm wearing gloves. It'll be okay. I just want to take a look, that's all. Not like I'm going to run off with it. The only things I don't return are treasures. Stealing either one would land you in jail, you know. Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they proved that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. The fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no, this isn't helpful at all. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, however, I still have a case to solve and a job to do. Why is bro covering up for his son? That's my question. I need a blanket. Hold on, I'm cold. I'm cold. Okay. Still have a case to solve and a job to do. Job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why won't you believe me even in the face of all this evidence? I'm having hiccups, man. Mistake. Those fingerprints. I'm sure they belong to Miss Pop's. There's no mistake about it. Though, through my connections, I had the best forensic technique money can buy performed. I find that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yeah, fuck it. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pop's prints should not be on the gun is... Oh. Um,
Take that.
it's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon, because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Huh? But there been no mistake. We found fingerprints. Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any times? Yes, as a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Decon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. Retrieved the ransom money, I suppose, and there you have it. That's when Miss Pop's prints found their way onto the gun. You understand now, Mr. Amano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance. What? No way. I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium? The whole affair is simply not true, because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. The mirror fragments?
Take that.
Nope, that's wrong. Piece of evidence proves the real crime scene is not in fact the stadium. I really thought. Mr. Prosecutor, I had to rate that piece of logic 0 out of 10. 0? At least 6.8 out of 10. At this rate, Lally's gonna wind up getting arrested. I mean, I think that's kind of like what you're trying to do. But yeah. Best remain calm and think clearly. Okay. Here's that the real murder is not committed at a stadium at all. Oh. Fell. Point blank.
Take that.
Let's take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. Yeah, the bullet, he was shot point blank. Why? The burn in the bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point blank range. Ah, so then you mean that the murder Miss Oldbag saw at the stadium really was... Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated at a distance. That the victim was indeed shot from below the stage. There shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Yeah. Huh. Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is then? Lance set me up to look like Mr. Decon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was in prison was... Yeah. Haunted house. I've got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed was here. The haunted house.
Take that.
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves the real scene of the crime was the haunted house? The glass.
Take that.
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? And what does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there is one place I can think of where there are a plethora of mirror fragments. And that's the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. After that, you stole the Blue Badger mobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing when the Blue Badger mobile was stolen confirms this as a fact. Why did he do all this? Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amano, correct? Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now, be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence, decisive evidence. And to call these mirrors bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. You see? Isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But, Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability was very low. Probability? Lang Z says, on Truth's Pass, the words probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definite proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up. Don't have the evidence yet, but certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself are Lance and Mr. Decom. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt and connection to the murder. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Finally, I've added games to your rank 1. I entered the stream and immediately hear you making feral noises. Reading is hard, okay? Reading is very hard. You've added games. You have added more than how many games did you add? You killed the man or woman or they. We think the kid in the cuffs killed a man. Old man. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice. If I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted, but you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena? I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gate Water Group's approval. Who was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There is no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano? Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena? Can he not read? Oh wait, maybe he can't read, I guess, whatever language in Japan-fornia, whatever. But that would make sense. I was like, can he just not read in general? But then I forgot he's technically not from here. You now have 38, but you have so many more. I was using your iPad to you were using your iPad to do it, but the iPad sucks as a laptop, not comfy at all. Yeah. Probably not for rank 1 at least. It's the deed to the haunted house. The deed? Read it out loud. Gatewater Land, Inc. Hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house, Mr. Romano, for the lump sum of 1 million, paid in full cash. What? Oh, as you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house. Are you kidding? When did you? I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. This guy is covering up for his kid's ass, and for what? How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That $1 million you paid? Don't tell me it was. Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier, so I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discussed? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Romano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Mr. Romano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, truth will be lost forever. You think you would legit get rid of your iPad for a decent laptop? I hear your iPad is needing to be replaced. Craig, let's do business. If I could have the money, but I couldn't. Rich people always be covering their crimes. But like, is he gonna pay for his son's debt? Or not? Like, why are you covering so hard for your son? Like, here's the only thing. His son was trying to take money from his dad. I mean, I'm sure this will all be explained. But now his dad's turning around and, like, protecting his ass? Or what? So interesting. Very interesting. March 13th, 4:27 p.m. Gatewater Land main gate. I don't know. Yeah. It has an iPad Pro 3, 12.9 inch with a 2nd gen pen. I can do quite the deal. Just saying. Keep your iPad. But no, I appreciate it. Keep your iPad. Are you asking for $1 million too? Very suspicious. You're just like this Lance guy. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. No, probably like 300. 300 million? Hold it. Okay. Sir Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am K. Farade, the second of the great Yataka Ratsu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. The Yataka Ratsu is noble and is always a thief of justice. That's, of course. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, we can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang. Ah, so you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe. Is there a copy of the haunted house blueprints among the police reference documents? Yes, sir. We just got it in case we need it for the kidnapping case. Alright, I'll input the haunted house data then. Yeah, this is making me want to get into these games again. They are pretty good. But what is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Maybe I have, and maybe I haven't, but I'm going to make you do all the hard work. Very well. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. Two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I just had come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. Eh? What was a badger doing all the way down there? I also thought it was strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. You know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was silhouette. In that case, I guess I'll program a badger silhouette in for now. Whew. God, I had to stretch. You're back with mac and cheese? New Leaf Animal Crossing? Wait, what about New Leaf Animal Crossing? Also, hello, Zatama. Okay, programming complete. You know, this kind of reminds me of Somnium Files 2. The like recreating the crime scene bit that you do. Then you get yelled at by Tama, and that you're like a sloppy like actor, and Ryuki gets yelled at and kicked and screamed at by Tama, and it's funny. Mac and cheese. Also, whenever you come to my house, I need to show you something funny related to that. Tama secretly has a secret big stash of mac and cheese. So in Uphill, in Somnium File? Are you yelling about? I'm lost. Oh no, I was saying in the thing that we're doing right now in the Ace Attorney game right now. In AI Somnium Files 2. The second game of Somnium Files, you do like this like recreation of the crime scene simulation, which is basically what Edgeworth is kind of doing right now. I was like, it's reminding me of it, and it's really funny because the character you play as, Ryuki, gets like there's like a bit where the girl he works with, she's like, stop being a 2-bit like rated actor. I forget. I think only Roy will understand my reference. How Ryuki gets yelled at, but yeah. It's giving me Somnium File 2 vibes, this whole part of the game. But yeah, I know Zatama secretly has a secret stash of mac and cheese. What's my other thing I was saying? Your iPad auto-corrected, I see. So an Uphill. And then I started working towards the exit. And that's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes. But that's odd. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? There is only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here. Here? That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was in fact a costumed kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. And then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I could think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? Well, Lance? What are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was the one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set up foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He didn't set foot inside? Telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright then, if you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me, yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, inputting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the Bad Badger, right? Since the Bad Badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'd have to change it so the weapon is in its left hand. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. Oh, I already know it's false because we already proved that he's right-handed. Hamburger. 3-stream streak. You just realized you had a burger. You haven't had a burger a few days before your birthday. Is Edgeworth a defense attorney? No, he's a prosecutor. He's just investigating, I guess. We're not really doing much prosecuting. He's kind of acting more as a detective more than the actual detectives that are here. I'm gonna be honest. I can't believe what I'm seeing, sir. The space that I'm standing in. It's like out of some crazy dream. Except that it isn't a dream. This is something K's gadget. No wait, this is exactly like a dream, sir. I've never been so impressed. It's a miracle. One sure is easily impressed. Hee hee, I'm so glad you like it. Oh, so this is a product of your gadget. Now I wish I had one too. Well, once this is over, I'll let you play for it with a bit if you want. You do that for me, pal? Thanks. Alright, let's wrap up this case already. Times like these, I wonder if they understand the seriousness of the situation. Talk to her. Is anything? Okay, how's little thief? Totally fine in recreating the crime scene. All that's left is more info. But you know, I can't believe I'm replicating a haunted house. And that we're talking about the fate of $1 million. Pretty exciting stuff. I can't say I understand what is so exciting about recreating a crime scene. In any case, I believe that it is very probable that the murder occurred in this place. If I can prove that, then we will finally arrive at the truth. Yeah. So, what are you waiting for? Let's go... Wait, let's get investigating. So, is this the main character? Wait, so is the main character a defense attorney? I forget his name. It's just Ace. Actually, I don't forget. I literally just don't know his name. It's Phoenix. The original, like, at the original games, it's Phoenix, right? Ace Attorney. You play as an attorney. But this is, like, a spin-off where you play as the prosecutor, which is Miles Edgeworth, that you usually go up against. Phoenix Wright is Ace. Yes, the Phoenix Wright is asexual. I don't think she... Thanks for letting us use, little thief. Langzy says, reject not those who seek the truth. So keep in mind that I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing this for the truth. Don't worry, I understand. We may have different methods, but our wish is the same. So, have you noticed anything worthwhile? I have no obligation to talk to you. Well, I'm fine with just little thief in solving this case. That toy, it's very well made. Haha, that's because it's the heart of the noble thief, Yataka Ratsu. Okay, that may not be something you want to advertise to everyone. Yoshina, what exactly is the source of this extra-dimensional-like space? I believe this is nothing more than a projection from the girl's toy. So it's all an illusion, right? Yes. Hey, don't treat this like some sort of silly light show. You can lie all you want, but it will be for naught. As soon as I expose the truth, you will be placed under arrest. How can you do this after all that my dad has done for you? What your father has done for me is unrelated to the charges you face now. Ugh, unbelievable. You know, you sound kind of like a bully right now, Mr. Edgeworth. If I'm not serious about this, he will never understand the true gravity of his crimes. I will not allow him to remain a child forever. Aha, now you sound like a dad. Miss Pops, by my hand, I will prove your innocence in the murder of Mr. Deacon. Therefore, please do not fret. It will soon be over. You not trust me? That is... Your face is all beet red, Miss Pops. No, I can't. I have Lance. Lolly, don't tell me that you like that guy more than me. That's... Oh, why am I so pathetic? I'm so easily swayed by even a single glance. What exactly is she going on about? I think you have another guilty person on your hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, I did know and actually did forget. Ace from One Piece? Is Arrow Ace then? Yeah, that's why his name is Ace. His asexual mode deactivates when he sees Miles Edgeworth across the courtroom. Oh yeah, he goes full horny. And the yaoi begins. The heated debate of two men. No wait, that joke didn't make sense. It'd be asexual. I ruined my own joke. It's okay, it's okay. I got it. I still got the joke. Miles, my boy. What is the meaning of all this? Do you plan to pay me back for all I've done for you with the conviction of my own son? I have not forgotten my debt to you. However, your son's crimes are a separate matter. Further, I can't ignore the truth when it's right before me. Ugh. You will regret this, I promise you that. No matter the outcome, I never regret the choices I make. That's right, Edgeworth. It's a replica of myself. You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh? Yes, I suppose I am to blame for what happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert. I vow to never be caught by surprise again. Oh, Miles. When you take a look around, it almost feels like a house of mirrors. Indeed, who has ever heard of this many mirrors inside a haunted house before? Well, at least we know this is the real crime scene, thanks to these mirror shards. Hey wait, these shards. Something different about them. Oh? The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on the wall. And look, there's some sort of design on the back too. Pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Yeah. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea, but I doubt it was someone's bare hand. Okay. Then where were you hit? I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch, sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? It's just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as the weapon. Looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with. Probably that sword. I have it. There was indeed one such object laying there in the hallway. Prop sword. Are you talking about this thing here? Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes, it's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. It may be worth a more thorough examination yet. Okay, so what test do you want to run on the sword? We're gonna test for blood. Okay, the culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so fingerprints analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood was found on its way on it. Agent Lang, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter? Like I have a choice. Sheena, call the lab boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right? Okay, I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. You know, the bad badger is pretty bad looking when you see him up close. Well, what did you expect from a character named the Bad Badger? And those sunglasses, wearing them in the dark makes him seem extra bad. Now I'm lost. Which means bad does she really... What meaning of bad does she really mean? And in the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm complete with weapon in hand. Yes, to club me with the left side of the prop sword. Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pain expressed on your face. It's just fine the way it is. Wait, maybe not. Just my imagination, or something not quite right. It's me. I have to say, it's rather embarrassing to see myself like this. Oh, so what were you thinking about at that time? I don't recall, but I would guess I was thinking about the kidnapping. Really? Because I don't think so at all. Your face practically screams, I'm about to be conked over the head, hee hee. If I had known that at the time, do you think I would have let myself be hit? The spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? According to this document, the victim was right-handed. Aha! I guess I should have changed which hand is holding the weapon then. Hold on, you two. You didn't think I was going to ignore something like that, did you? What are you talking about? Look! No interrupting when I'm about to have a little fun. Ha! Even if you changed your recreation, you'd only be wasting your time. It's not possible for that thing to hold something in its right hand, you know. But Mr. Edgeworth's logic is... What's that thing called? The Bad Badger? Just take another good look at its right hand. Oh, I forgot the weapon isn't in its right hand because there's already a gun in it. Precisely. You knew that already? Yes, and I also know that the badger was holding the weapon in its right hand. Huh? Are you aware of what's coming out of your mouth? You just contradicted yourself. I have evidence, of course, proof that the culprit held the sword in his right hand. Sounds interesting. Alright then, show me this evidence. This piece proves the culprit held the weapon in his right hand when he struck. Sword.
Take that.
The blood. The answer is the weapon itself. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood wound would be on the opposite side. But the replica Bad Badger isn't holding the sword in his right hand. Oh, I don't know what's going on anymore. Giving up already? It's simple. If he can't hold the sword in his left or right hand, then the one who struck me could have not been the Bad Badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Mr. Decon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect. Ugh, fine. It was me. I hit you. It appears that you lied to me yet again. But see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance? Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Ah, yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Decon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult, but that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Ugh. That was kind of some stupid logic there, but okay, Edgeworth. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say Proto-Badger? You got it. Here I go. Now I have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Oh, right. All we have to do is examine this new creation and... Ha 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 ha. And what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget, it sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of little thief, you mean old werewolf. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. For the water check. I've sat quietly by, listening. But the crude conclusion you two keep spewing don't whet this whoop's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy always shows the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way, your the position are wrong. It's not your fault. So I'm going to let you in on this. There is a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce, Sheena? Here you are. Now then, what you missed, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House, Disappearing Badger. But what is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics, and as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere, and then he laid down and pretended to be it instead? If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? You get it now? Thanks to your presumptions, your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. Now get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit. Not until I can declare I've found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, have my thanks. There's you go again. Well, see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. The slumped over badger was just a doll. Where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. It's the proto badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it is Lance. Oh, are you going to get him back? I need no resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice. Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit him back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how a great thief works. Hello, Okusen. Yo, what's Wolverine doing in this game? He's a secret police. He's an Interpol police. Her third statement doesn't seem to be much of a benefit for her survival. Pieces of a set armor are in a pile here. Why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses? I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of abnormality. Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? Now try explaining it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it. That may prove to be a most difficult task. This is where the Proto Badger shows up in our recreation, yes. Now the question is, where did he come from? Yeah, but there's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. Yes, Mary Craig, Miss Okusen. Also, 10 stream streak, Holy Night. Heck yeah. It won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house. I bet the one who killed this blue badger was the bad badger, right? According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemies, all because one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun? Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other, much like Steel Samurai and the evil magistrate. See if we can put some logic together. Oh no, we can't. You can see you can find the expert. The wondering said, disappearing badger. Seeing is believing. This spot somehow connect to any of the evidence I hold? Oh wait, hold on. Different mirror in the wall, very thick as the design on the back. But Cragmas is over. It's Boxing Day now? Who are you boxing, Crag? Crag is a monster in the ring. I don't know. Very thick mirror. I don't know what that's implying, because he says it's different glass. Right? Disappearing badger? I mean, it's a haunted house. It could have, like, one of those trick mirrors. Like, I don't know. Just make sure if there's anything else to inspect. There is. Maybe the mirror? I don't know though. This is the disappearing badger. It's completely contradiction to piece of evidence. Well, maybe it's not a complete contradiction. Hold it, Mr. Edgeworth. Which is it? Is it a contradiction or not? Sorry, I don't quite know. There's something wrong with this scene, that much I know for sure. Or maybe it's just a trick of the eye. No, that can't be. Okay, so it is the mirror. Because maybe it's like a trick mirror. Probably a trick mirror. Oh, never mind. What the fuck? I'm very confused with the logic sometimes behind this one. Because, like, the prop sword we have, which we now know that's what we were hit with, but it's not this, apparently. I really thought it was this. They said it was a trick of the eye. So it has to be a mirror or something. My brain is short. Oh, what the fuck? Is there something else off about him? What do they look like? Wait. Hold on a second there. There's something wrong with this blue bat. Yeah, okay. His little strap. How would you notice this? I literally had to sit there. Baffled. I figured it out, but like, I don't know. His little like strap thing across is on the opposite side because it's like a mirror. But like, that is so. I don't know. I don't know. I would have assumed the. I don't know. Anyway, hold on a second there. There's something wrong with this blue badger, huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? It can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet. So then why is the blue badger dressed up in the reverse? So now we can put together these two. Yep. Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. House of mirrors. Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirrored image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Then, was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? Word? Oh, it was. My streamer thing not on? My streamer mode's not on. I fixed it. Ugh, Capcom logic. Well, I guess. When I looked down this hall, I thought it was a perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror, oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obscured my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Hey, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall, so a very specific purpose, one I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. The disappearing act. As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true at the time, however. Doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. Move the mirror wall. Move the blue. Dim the lamps. Move the mirror wall? No. Maybe dim the lamps? He said it. He did mention that it was very dark in there. All they would have to do is dim the lamps. So that's how it's done. If it was completely dark in here, then you wouldn't be able to see the badger anymore. Yeah. Wait, hold on. That's completely pointless. You wouldn't be able to see anything at all. Not even where you're going. Is that necessarily a bad thing? Well, if it is... Wait. It is if it negates the point of the attraction. Better rethink this. Oh. Move the mirror wall. Remove a reflected image. Simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they would simply have it closed again. Explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. Ah, and if the pattern is the same as the one as the blah, blah. And if the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the wall. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Huh? How so? Think about it, Kay. There is a place that was outside of my field of vision. Culprit kept out of sight by hiding here. Rika. Or take that. There's a very large blind spot, one I could see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror, then you would be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to Blue Badger doll. Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. Just thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. Question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Do the money and go now. That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information. Ack, don't scare me like that. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So, what do you need anyway? If you could first recreate this hallway. Okay. Also, side note, Gumshoe gave us the blueprint of the haunted house. How come this wasn't in the blueprint? We would have already known this by the blueprint of the fucking haunted house. No. Anyway, just a side note I thought I would say. But if you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room. You got it. Now this, I believe, this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although, at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You heard what? Then? Yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. Okay, so then when you stepped outside into the hallway again, mirror wall should no longer exist. Kay, please recreate that. Got it. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So, where did he go in his proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? Huh, that's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything. No, not yet. And an even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you did not notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. Inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies. Here?
Take that.
Here. Oh, huh? Are you sure that contradicts what you saw? Well, that's something even I must... Oh, wait. But even if you're having a tough time with this, then there must... Oh, wait. I got it. I'm thinking too hard again.
Take that.
The badger. Okay, take a look good at the end of the hallway. Oh, there's no blue badger there. Exactly. The blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic. The last remaining contradiction. So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger.
Take that.
The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body. Irk. Hello, wordy. What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off, and you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. No! Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror was broken. Huh. You were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot? There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Hiya! Now then, I'd like you to recall something for you. Recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Urgh. Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? Ugh. It was you, Lance Amano. I'm sorry. You can't say I'm sorry and get away with murder. I'm sorry. Please escape him. Shoot him. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. Fought back as hard as I could. Grabbed his gun and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See? That justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen, and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. Heh. You were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. But wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. Dad? Well, you have to mean it. Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an an asinine question. You wound me. I came all the way from across the sea just to see you, you know. You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. Case from 10 years ago? Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Sheena? It's known as the KG8 incident. Uh-oh. The KG8 incident? Oh, so you remember it? Good. Then you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling. There's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devore. Ah, father. Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Devore, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Devore was arrested in place of you, which is why he broke out. You hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. Now. Please calm down. The judge can tell if you mean it when you say you're sorry. The police running a 2-for-1 special today, yeah. Hello, Jet Mike. Threw his son under the bus faster than the speed of that bullet. I know. Also, hello, Cup Goodle. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. Hold it. Uh-oh. What the? Who the heck was that? Oh, okay, this was before the first case. I got really confused. I was like, he's alive! But there's also this guy. I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jax Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jax, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so you keep your paws off my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors, the whole lot of you. Guys, arrest the 2 suspects. Should have been named Ernest. But hello, what's up everybody? Cragsman, sir. Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. And how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. It's no use to pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano and the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. If you're in your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. Ah, so Agent Lang suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors, are you? Courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Ha 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 ha. Well, don't worry, it's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor who never lost in 40 years? Every defendant must be found guilty? Fueled by that kind of thinking, is any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsalities and lies. This motherfucker saying Jax. It would seem that his disdain extends just beyond me. Prosecutors, the court. Why is this man so angry with all of us? Rest assured the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it. Please wait. Agent Sheena. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang in Zhangfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? The prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence purity was tarnished and cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim. We'd better catch up. Yeah. We've still got to deliver that thing to the old man after all. Okay, that explains some things in the first. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrap up and head it out ourselves. Yeah. Are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir. Excuse me? Yes? What is it? That is. Thank you very much. Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself. Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. Prosecutor messed with the evidence? Curse those Langs, remove them from their job. I know, it's like, damn, all of them. But it's like, I don't know, crazy. No, I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Wait, then why did he... I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Devore into cooperating. Father! As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. That is... Thank you very much. You're welcome, although there was no need to thank me. Ah, no, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you. Looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir. Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about now? Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. You haven't remembered it all this time. I guess I'm just going to have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, how do you know this girl? Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy. Gummy? Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return this to you one day, remember? That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. Oh, getting a flashback. Hold on. Gotta go to work in the morning? No. Guys, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you crack the whip? That would involve lifting an arm, which you've never done because you never had a real job. I'm about to cyber for some racking up movies to put on the board. Wordy. Wait, do I need a Xenoblade press for you? To have that fateful day 7 years ago when I first met the then child Kay and Detective Gumshoe. Oh, we're getting some backstory. The end. Never mind. We'll get the backstory probably in the next case. I can handle Prez. Okay, I believe you. My Christmas gift from Crag is a Xenoblade Sense? Yeah, that sounds about right. Right. We did it! Yeah, the turnbound... Turn up... We have 2 more. Ooh! 2 more episodes. That was pretty long. I think that was like 4 parts. That was so long. But, yeah. Look at the gallery. The Blue Badger's daddy. Yeah, we get to, like, look at some pictures of stuff. Murder! 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 Oh yeah, look, it changed. Didn't even notice that. Get down, Mr. Edgeworth! I like looking at this too, looking at the models. Oh yeah, we finally got to see him walk around. Place the Proto Badger holding the sword with another character holding a chair. We got Emma. Man in Black. Oh, that's like the other detectives. Oh yeah, we can change the art style. Oh my god, look at how they used to look. Oh hell yeah. He's a pauper. Chamomile, like chamomile? She's always sleepy. because she's always sleepy. This crazy work. Alright. Gonna end here. I did a long stream. I did a lot of reading. So let's raid out. I see, wow. I see 2Q is actually streaming. I did not know 2Q was streaming. Okay. Do that. Alright. You don't want to go to work? Tell him you quit. Kidding. Don't do that. Anyway, have a good night, y'all. Merry Christmas. Tomorrow will be the I will be doing the Crag review tomorrow. I'll make a post on it on the social medias, but yeah, so we'll be doing the year in review tomorrow, so be there, be square. I'll be sure to post the survey again tomorrow. We won't look at it immediately. I'll give time for people that are coming into the stream to do it, but yeah. Okay, goodbye.